Attention in the barn. Any swine 4-H member that has not received your towel, you can get your towel up here ringside on the east side. If you haven't got your towel, ringside on the east side. Check, check, check. Check, check, check. All exhibitors, if you'd come to the show arena at this time, all exhibitors. I'm okay. How about yourself? Let's see what you got there. You also got a Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2019 version of the Swine Show. Tonight we got a lot of good stuff happening. We're going to start off with the carcass and the gilts and the showmanship tonight. We'll tell you a little bit more about it as we go along. I first want to introduce Emma Johnson. Emma, tell us a little bit real quick about your achievements here this year at the Porter County Fair.
Well, this year I did the vocal music project, and I got grand champion for that.
Okay, grand champion for the vocal music project. You can hear me fine, but she's a little lighter voiced, right?
And then I did photography, and for my black and white poster, I got champion of my level. And for creative writing, I got reserve champion.
Let's give Emma a round of applause for her achievements. For the first thing we're going to do tonight is we're going to ask you to stand and remove your hats for the national anthem, and then remain standing as we have a prayer. Here's Emma.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Will you remain standing as we have a prayer? Lord God, we want to thank you for a beautiful evening to come together to watch an exciting thing happening as these young people show these pigs. Father, we ask for your hand of protection over this whole night, each one of these exhibitors, Lord God. And Father, we just thank you for the opportunities that we have to be a 4-H family. We pray that in your name. Amen. You may be seated. All right. Can everybody hear me okay? We good? All right. I'm going to test this other mic that's the judge's mic here. Check, check. You hear that all right? All right, we're good to go there, Judge. All right. I first want to introduce to you tonight our judge for this year. Our judge's name is Clint Schwab. Clint works with mash-offs that run about 200,000 sows across 9 states. He was previously CEO with the National Swine Registry. He lives in Mascoutah, Illinois, which is just outside of St. Louis. He has a wife and 3 kids. He has worked shows for the last 15 years in places like Houston, San Antonio, the Pork Expo, and he's been 4 times to the Indiana State Fair. Will you put your hands together for Clint Schwab? All right, our first class of the night will be our Explorers class. Our Explorers class are those individuals that are a little too young to show their own project yet, but they want to get a taste of what it is like to show a pig out there in the ring. So this year, we have 40 explorers. How about that? 40 explorers. So we're going to invite the explorers. We're going to invite the explorers to come into the holding area at this time, and we're going to run about 3 different classes with this. They'll run that pig around the show arena, and Judge may say a few words, and then we'll send them on back out. So, the explorers, at this time, you can bring your hogs to the holding area. I'm going to introduce all the explorers. They may be in the first heat, the second heat, or the third heat. But the explorers are Eliza Blastic, Carson Bryan, Raiden Cartier, Max Compton, Maya Compton, Zachary Dunham, Hudson Duntlinger, Mackenzie Duntlinger, Peyton Duntlinger, Jacob Fry, Jacob Georgian, Isaiah Gates, Elizabeth Good, Amos Gottschall, Emery Gottschall, Noah Grimmer, Ryland Hannon, Avon Held, Aiden Jacob, Tyler. What is that, Coper?
Coppin, I think. I think that's an end at the end. Coppin.
Tyler Coppin. Leah Krivick, Molly Lautenbach, Cade Martin, Claire Metzger, Aisley Meyer, Riker Miller, Tyler Nicholas, Anna Oman, Haley Perez, Jolie Ritter, Noah Shuck, Adelaide Stahlbaum, Paisley Suter, Addison Swartz, Ben Taylor, Harlow Terpstra, Madison Weitzel, Riley Wheeler, Trey Willingham, McKinley Wright. The Explorer program is run by Jeannie Mayer, who does just a fantastic job every year with the Explorer program. Let's give Jeannie a nice hand round of applause. Jeannie wanted me to read this. I wanted to take a second to thank everyone who has supported the Exploring 4-H Swine 4-H program. 33 years of being a part of this barn has been a good run. I know Donna Duntlinger will do a great job of taking care of these explorers as I step down. Thanks to you all again. Let's give again Jeannie Mayer a nice big round of applause for all her hard work. Thank you, Jeannie. Parents, if I butchered any of those names, my apologies.
This is a fantastic way to start off our show. As you guys know, this is the future of your program and your county and the state. And we actually have 40 of these to go through, but we visited with them at the beginning. We'll do that for the next couple heats as well, but about what the basics are of showmanship. And actually, I didn't have to say much. They all told me exactly how it needed to be done, and they were all pretty much right as well. So first heat of them, let's give them a very well-deserved round of applause as they head back, and we'll work to your second heat.
While these explorers are showing, I want to just acknowledge our sponsors tonight. Our show towels that each 4-H are received are sponsored by Jake's Feed and Grain, Matt Maxwell family, Ron O'Connor family, in memory of Ryan Sikora. Our Swine Barn T-shirts, which you'll see maybe some of the exhibitors wearing around the barn, sponsored by Overholt Farms, Suma Trucking, On Top Precision Ag, Berkey Family Farms Country Gourmet, K&L Excavating, Swine Barn Families, Lakeshore Landscaping, Cody and Caden Maxwell, in memory of Ryan Sikora, Kicking O Farms, and Loving's Heating and Cooling. Again, we want to thank our barn sponsor again this year, that would be Ace Hardware in Couts and Hebron. And our photo sponsor, Bev Walter. We want to thank those sponsors. As we go along tonight with the different showmanship and such, we will announce some of the other sponsors.
As you know, this is your second round of explorers and a group of kids. It was obviously fun to talk to. We, just like the first round, we talked through what are the basics, important things about show and showmanship, and the experience a lot of them have shown before, and you can tell they listed off all the things that are important right off the bat. But you guys did a fantastic job. If you would, around ringside, do me a favor and let's give this heat, our second heat here, a round of applause as they head back, please.
Attention in the barn. Attention in the barn. I'd like these exhibitors to come to the holding area without any animals. Just the exhibitors come to the holding area without any animals. That is Carson Herzog, Austin Brandt, Hunter Yeager, Anna Pressel. Ruth Stoner, Kirsten Duzan, Emily Hawkins, and Cody Maxwell. Will you guys, individuals, come to the holding area without any animals? Without any animals.
we would spend the rest of the evening and through tomorrow talking about the pigs and how they sort and focusing primarily on ranking the pigs themselves and outside of showmanship this evening. But folks, as you guys know, I think what's important that we all are reminded that this is where it starts. I think somebody told me at the beginning that there was a little over 100 exhibitors total in the county, and you have 40 of them in the Explorers program. So congratulations to you guys as a county. This is fantastic. It gives you an indication of where things are headed. If you would, one final time for this group of Explorers, give these guys a round of applause and the entire group. Fantastic job, and again, really, really nice way to start the show off.
Check, check, check. We're looking for Hunter Yeager and Cody Maxwell. Would you please come to the holding area without your animals? Hunter Yeager and Cody Maxwell join the crew.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Greg Yergo, Swine Superintendent. On behalf of my swine committee, the 4-H parents of the swine members, and especially the 4-H swine exhibitors, we want to thank you all for coming out and supporting us tonight. You do a tremendous job always being here for us, and we appreciate it. I think if we can rewind about a year ago, you know that our swine barn got hit pretty hard with a tragedy. We lost a very, very lovable and engaged 4-H'er in Ryan Sikora. As you all know, she was killed in a car accident about 2 weeks before the fair. And it was just a great testimony of how our exhibitors came together and pulled together as one. And I think if you remember, a year ago, I told you I have a lot of time in the car, and I was driving around in my job, and I just pulled over one day and just started writing things I thought I needed to say. And then when I got here and I saw how we were healing already as a 4-H project and as a community, everything I wrote down I just scrapped because the healing had started. And so on behalf of everyone that supported the Sikora family, I want to turn the microphone over to Scott Sikora. He would like to say something to you. And again, thank you for coming out tonight.
Hello, everyone. I am Scott Sikora. Good evening, everyone. I am Scott Sikora. I am the father of Ryan Sikora. I would like to take this moment to thank all of you for everything that you have done this past year for my family. Your love, prayers, and continued support has been and will continue to be the strength that pulls us through. Ryan will be remembered for a very long time because of your generosity. The list of names is endless, but I would like to thank Greg for this moment. You are all part of Ryan's memories, old and new. I'm sure my crazy little pig girl in the sky who learned responsibility, respect, care, compassion from her entire swine family. Is smiling down on us right now and saying, let the show begin and have some fun. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
So on behalf of the Ryan Sikora family, there was, and because of the donations from all of you, there's been a scholarship foundation that's been set up in her honor. And we do have some awards to give away for that. So if we can welcome these 8 individuals into the show arena. This would have been Ryan's 10th year in 4-H. And these are the 8 individuals that are in their last year of 4-H. So these would have been these are the kids who grew up in the swine barn with Ryan. So this year is going to be a little bit different than in previous years, that all of these individuals are going to be recognized. So I ask that as I say your name, that you'd come up and get your award from Mr. Sikora. So there is a scholarship that's given away, like I said. This year, like I said, is going to be a little bit different. We are handing out 2 full scholarships in Ryan's honor. We are handing out 3 partial scholarships, and we are handing out 3 awards in her honor. So to start off with, our 3 award winners for the Ryan Sikora Memorial Swine Award. First is Carson Herzog. Austin Brandt. Hunter Yeager. We have 3 partial scholarship winners, and they are Anna Pressel, Ruth Stoner, and Kirsten Duzan. And our 2 full award scholarships are to Emily Hawkins and Cody Maxwell. Congratulations to all of our recipients.
I like to consider this a celebration of life. And about 3 years ago, we lost a very dear and supportive member of the Swine Committee in Mr. Eugene Sin. And for many of you here, you know who Eugene Sin was, or Gene Sin. And he was the backbone of the Swine Committee for many, many years. So at his funeral, the Sin girls, all his daughters, and if you go in our swine barn and you look at our champion sign, you'll just see what kind of impact this family had on the swine project in Porter County. Not only were they very good competitors, but they also supplied many hogs to many kids in this county that they ended up showing against and competing against. So the Sin family is known in this county very, very well. And as I was saying, about 3 years ago when he passed away, the Sin family set up a memorial to go, the money to go to the swine project. And my wife Robin and I have desperately been looking for something for 3 years. Like, what can we get that everyone will remember Gene by? And Robin came across it, the good old internet. She came across a gentleman down in Winnemac who builds benches. And so Robin contacted him, and he said, sure, I can build a bench. Robin said, well, I'd like you to make it a little special. I'd like you to make the legs out of pigs. Said, never done that before, but I'll try. And he put a bench together. Actually, he put 2 benches together. And they've been sitting out in front of the swine barn this week. We have moved one back here because we'd like the Sin girls to get a picture taken with it tonight. And Cheryl and Pat Sin, I hope you don't mind that I refer to you as Sin, your maiden names. They have graciously come tonight for the unveiling of these benches. And Cheryl, you flew in from Oklahoma, is that correct? So Cheryl came in from Oklahoma just for this event tonight. So we're pretty proud of that. So we have 2 gentlemen that do know Gene a little bit better than I do. And that's Mr. Dave Overholt and Mr. Marty Good. And they're going to say a few words tonight about Gene. Who wants to go? Dave, you can go first.
Thank you. I first met Gene about 52 years ago when I started farming a dairy herd. My farm was right beside his father's farm, and Gene was just about a mile west of us. And I'd brought some equipment in. I needed to have it unloaded, and I went over and talked to Gene. I said, I don't really know you. You don't know me. You know my wife's family. I need to be able to unload this equipment. He said, here's the tractor loader. Take it. Go do it. And since then, we've been real good friends. I learned a lot from Gene. He was a mentor to me. He helped my children get started in 4-H swine project, and then helped us get started in a purebred swine herd that we maintained for several years. A man of integrity and honesty. You'll find no finer man that walked the face of the earth. If he was still here on this earth and was healthy, he'd be here at this swine show tonight. A friend and a great neighbor. Thank you.
Tonight, the girls and I were trying to remember when Gene started on the swine committee, and we couldn't remember when he wasn't on. So, Gene was on the committee when I was in 4-H, and I'm 65. He was on the committee when I joined the committee in 76. He was a pillar for that community, for our committee. He designed the sale. He designed the show, and we still use his design. Gene was very much a man of detail. He was particular. His farm was a showcase farm. His livestock was the best. And so were his girls. I could never beat them. So Gene and Seal had a wonderful family and done a wonderful job. And we're glad to remember him tonight and to thank him for all that he's done. Put your hands together for Gene one more time.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Cheryl Sin DeVeast. I live in Oklahoma now, and my sister Pat, Bianco, and brother-in-law Joe are here. And we are just so thankful for all of you and honoring our father. He loved working with this program. And right now, even though some of you are tired and you're probably thinking, okay, will you be quiet? I need to go get back to my hogs. I know he would want me to tell you he was proud of you. He was proud of you for all the hard work and the examples that you are making for others. And we just want to thank you for honoring our father and our mother. They helped us to make us who we are today. And I know, like I said, he would be so proud of all of you, and I think he probably worked with a lot of you who are parents now to some of the kids who are showing. So great job, thank you, and God bless for this show.
Thank you, ma'am. How are you? All right, we ready to roll? Greg, we ready to roll? All right. At this time, we're going to bring our beginner showmen into the holding area at this time. Beginner showmen, those are showmen that are 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade. So you can bring your animals into the holding area at this time. Beginner showmen. And again, these are showmen that have finished the 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade. Now, just for your exhibitor's sake, there will be 3 heats of this beginner showman because of the number of exhibitors. So there'll be 3 heats. So if you don't get in the first heat, don't worry about it. All right, this is our first heat. Again, these are exhibitors that have finished 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade and have not ever won Beginner Showman. I want to acknowledge our sponsors of our Beginner Showmanship. Our champion Beginner Showmanship pig sign, sponsored by Joe, Christine, and Dakota Blackford. Our champion Beginner Showmanship showbox, sponsored by Kurt O'Connor. I just want to say that every year Kurt O'Connor comes through with a nice showbox for each one of these. You can look around the barn and you can see those showboxes setting on different exhibitors in their pens and so on. I just appreciate both these sponsors for their sponsoring of this Beginner Showman.
This is our first flight of beginner showmanship, and I wouldn't call it beginners. Actually, we came through here and a lot of the basics are covered really well, and this is a good way to start. Looking forward to the next 2 flights as we work through them. Obviously, when you have this many to work through, we have to do it in this format. It turns into a bit of a marathon. I apologize, but this is how I know to be able to get this right and work through it and give everybody a decent shake at this. So we've kept 2 back that we're going to keep back for the final drive, but I want you to do me a favor as we excuse these and they head back to the pens and we work through our second flight. Please do me a favor and let's give these guys a round of applause for a job well done.
This time we'll bring in our second heat. Attention in the barn. Their intermediate showman can bring your animals to the holding area at this time. Intermediate showman. That are those individuals that have finished 6th, 7th, and 8th grade or have won the beginner showman. Bring your animals to the holding area at this time.
Second flight of beginner showman here, and again, the same kind of story as we saw in the first heat as we went through them. You see out here, these guys have done this before, and if it is their first time at the county fair, they've practiced at home. It's obvious. I've congratulated each one of them as we talked through it. Fantastic job Again, we've kept 2 back to compete for the champion drive at the end. But do me a favor, as these guys head back to the barn, let's give them a round of applause, please. Job well done.
There you have it, the third heat for beginner showmen. Again, all the intermediate showmen, those that have finished 6th, 7th, or 8th grade, can bring your animals to the holding area at this time.
third and final heat here of beginner showmanship, and the story continues. I think they did a great job all the way through, and again, we've kept two back. We're going to work through our top six. I talked to these individuals out here in a similar story before. There's experience here. They've practiced and done their homework at home. They do a great job. Let's give them a round of applause one more time as they head back, and we'll work through our top six.
All right, our finalists for the beginner showman are Cora Stoner, Cash Terpstra, Garrett Zimmer, Hayden Chickadance, Isabella Bryant, and Levi Klemp.
I'm sure each one of you ringside as you're watching this have your favorite out here and know exactly who needs to win. You guys get to see all the stuff that happens behind my back, but I can tell you one thing that I'm pretty sure I'm right about is that all 6 of these in this group, in a really, really competitive group, have done a fantastic job. Before we talk about your top 2, do me a favor, give all 6 of them a very well-deserved round of applause. You don't always get to go to county fairs and work through your beginner or junior showmanship and have the basics covered. All 6 of them, they come out here, and the reason they got pulled, the reason they go to this stage is because they do have the basics covered. They know off the rails, out of the corners, eye contact, positioning their hog in the right place, and then they just have that stuff. You can tell they've done their homework, they've done this before, and my compliments to all of you. I've talked to the ones in the pens and gave them a couple pointers here or there on where I think can help them. Guys, these 2 in the middle of the ring set the stage for the rest of the afternoon, and I asked each one of them in each one of the heats to do me a favor, and instead of hanging out at the pens, that they come watch the intermediate and the senior showmanship, because I'm guessing that some of the seniors and intermediates weren't as good as these guys at this stage. But if you pick up bits and pieces along the way, you'll get to the point where you can run with them all. These 2 guys in here probably had some luck on their side, but they have the basics and they do it consistently throughout the day. It's subtle things that come down to it. What separates it for me throughout the entire show is just consistency, and I'm sure we'll find that as we get into the intermediates and seniors as well. But again, both of these young men do a fantastic job. The guy in the green has the edge, and he's your champion. This young man right here is reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion, beginner showman, Garrett Zimmer. Your reserve champion is Hayden Chickadance. This takes us to our intermediate showmanship classes. This will be run in 2 heats. We have 20 entries in this class. These are showmen that have completed 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, or have previously won the beginner showmanship. And again, we're going to run this in 2 heats of 10. There's your 10. I want to acknowledge our sponsors for our immediate showmanship. Our champion immediate showmanship pig sign, sponsored by Pat McGinley with Teachers Credit Union. Thank you, Pat.
First heat of intermediates and what we just visited about, and I think we'll probably do this throughout the day. I mean, the basics here are covered. They've had some experience doing this, and it comes down to things like consistency and keeping your pig positioned in the right place and at the natural pace. All of them did a great job. Of course, we have one other heat to go through. We've kept 3 back to compete for the champion drive. But before we do so, do me a favor, let's give our first heat of intermediates a round of applause as they head back, please.
Our second heat will have 11 exhibitors, 11 showmen in the second heat. Attention in the barn. The advanced showman. The advanced showmanship class, you can bring your animals to the holding area at this time. The advanced, which are the high school, or if you previously won intermediate showman, you can bring your animal to the holding area at this time. Advanced showmanship.
Here again, our second heat of intermediates, and I think a fantastic group again as we round off this round of heats here for our intermediate showmanship. We've kept 3 back again, but again, as we talked about before, the basics are covered. We can tell that this is pretty competitive county fair, and we're talking about the higher level items here that separate some of these and get them into the pens. But before we work through your top 6, do me a favor, let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause as they head back, and we'll work through your upper 6.
All right, our finalist. Our finalists for this intermediate showman, Max Rakowski, Tyler Banks, Macy Sanders, Devon Klemp, Madeline O'Keefe, and Caden Maxwell.
this is competitive. And actually, when we get into these top 6 here, we've talked to them, and the worst part about my position sometimes, especially in showmanship, is you know that they have worked their tail off trying to get here, and they get out here, and either one, their partner doesn't work with them, it takes 2 to tango, or in some situations you can tell that they worked on it and the things just didn't click that day. You see the disappointment in their eye, but all 6 of these have the capability of being out here, and if you get into a situation with a different judge on a different day, this could be a completely different story. But I'll tell you that these 6 are impressive. I told the heats before that this is a pretty competitive county fair. I can tell as we work through it. My congratulations to all 6 of you. Before we talk about these 2 young men, please put your hands together. Congratulate all 6 of these. These did a fantastic job. And as I mentioned, and I talked to each one of them as we walk through here, for me, sometimes in showmanship it gets down to personal preference, but things that are mainstays for me when I judge showmanship is, first of all, position and pace of the barrow is what presents them the best way, and then making sure that you keep that format as consistent as you can throughout the entire show. And these 2 guys right here do a fantastic job. And actually, we could drive them longer. They would still do the same things. You can see their style of showmanship is intense. They keep their barrows separated from the group, and the barrows look natural. You can nitpick either one of these 2 guys, and frankly, folks, I think you could take either one of them. They probably both deserve it, and it comes down to nitpicky things. Your champion for me is one that is just a notch more intense. When I turn around, he keeps his barrel from floating, and he keeps him out here in the center a bit more like he's doing right now. It's this young man right here is your champion. On the far side is reserved. Congratulations.
Champion intermediate showman Caden Maxwell, reserve champion Tyler Banks. That brings us to our advanced showmen. Our advanced showmen are high schoolers, or if the intermediate, if you've previously won intermediate showman, you are allowed into the advanced showman as well. We'll have 11 in this first heat, and then 12 in the second heat. You may notice that the exhibitors will not get any help from the ringmen. They'll have to do this all on their own.
Do me a favor as they head back. We'll work through your final heat. Give them a round of applause if you would, please.
The You. The Supreme Showman honors
I remember back, it's been several years ago when I judged the showmanship at the Indiana State Fair, and I remember getting to the upper end of those, and even though it's been several years ago, I can still remember the senior showmanship champion drive, and you get to the upper end, and it's like, holy cow, how can I sort these when there was no way in the world when I was at their age that I could have done that. And actually, we get to the same situation here. Guys, these three, and frankly, these six, have each one of them have probably, I'll bet they've each won a showmanship competition in their day. I mean, they just have it down, and you can tell. And I asked the juniors and intermediates to watch this. I hope you're watching, because this is how you get it done. This is the homework at home. You can tell they've all done it. You watch the pace at which they drive them. You watch how they position their barrel from the very beginning they come into the first heat to the time they put their pig in the pen, how they come back out, all the way through. It's a competition all the way through. And you have to have a bit of a decent memory to go through here, or this turns into a marathon and you end up just waiting for them to make mistakes. But each one of these does a fantastic job. I'd ask you, before we talk about these three here in the center of the ring, do me a favor and let's talk about, give all six of them a round of applause. I know we still have quite a bit of show yet to go through this evening, so I'll try to keep this brief, but making a spectacle of these three, I think, is important. I think it speaks to the county. I think it speaks to the program and their ability to be able to do these kinds of things. I think it's fantastic. These are fantastic showmen. What separates it for me, I think, is down to the very, very subtle things. And if you will, I'm going to talk about third all the way up to your champion. And the young lady with the white barrel on the far side is in third place. I think you did a fantastic job. Give her a round of applause. It's subtle things. It might bother you, but you tend to let your barrel drift a bit more than others. And when I turn around at times, it's times I'd like to see you to pick up the intensity. But those are personal preference items. I think fantastic, fantastic job. The two showing the belted barrels, I think, are awfully close as well. And it depends on when you catch them at certain points in time as to which your favorite is. And much like what we've seen throughout the day, it comes down to consistency from the beginning. And the young man, I think, is more consistent from the beginning. He'll be your champion, the young lady's reserve. Congratulations.
champion advanced showman Zach Shuck, the reserve champion Elizabeth Shuck. Congratulations. Show on hoof. And I'm going to.
And the score is computer generated based on measurements consisting of color, percent lean, and someone from Purdue on their meat science team will judge the meat based on quality and those increments, and they will do so at Hanford Pack, like I just said. There will be a luncheon at Hanford Pack on Thursday. This meal is sponsored by Porter County Farm Bureau, so we'd like to thank them. Everybody's welcome for those of you who would like to attend, so let's give a big thank you and a round of applause for Porter County Farm Bureau.
I just want to say to all the of these young exhibitors, if you can take your kids down to Hanford Packing and see how they judge these animals, to see what these animals look like on the rail, I would encourage you to do that. Attention in the barn. We need Class 6 Chester White gilts, Class 7 Poland China gilt, and Class 8 spot gilts to come to the holding area at this time. Class 6, 7, and 8. Class 6 has one entry by Mason Fry, the Poland China by Bentley Fry, and the spot by 2 entries, Luke Lautenbach and Sadie Hannon. Bring those animals to the holding area at this time.
My congratulations to your carcass exhibitors, and as you guys know, especially if you've been involved with these kind of contests in the past, that some of this is a bit of a matter of perspective, and there's some of the stuff that will go into a formula when they actually are evaluated on the rail, and there's just frankly some things that the judge can't see. When you get into meat quality aspects, things like color and marbling and those kind of pieces, obviously if they've got a red pelt on them, they have an advantage, but it's hard to see. It's an ultrasound machine, and measurement capacity is why we put some of those things in place. But there's a little bit of this is let's see how far off the judge can be in some of this stuff. I'm glad that we don't have the results before I leave. Let's just say that. But my compliments to all of them. I think there's a lot of differences amongst the barrows that are out here, and when you get them on rail, I think you'll see that reflected in them, especially in terms of just fat content, and particularly if you look at some of these barrows in terms of just sheer muscle. A lean percentage formula is going to incent lighter weight pigs, those that are really, really lean and have a really big loin eye area in them, and there's some on the upper end here that really, really sort that way. Unfortunately, the on-hoof portion doesn't go into how they calculate it, but you guys can see all the differences of how they're made. I'm going to talk about your top two and then and leave it at that, but the young man that's right here closest to me from a carcass perspective, and we predict that out just in terms of leanness and muscle shape, how he's put together, has a really good advantage. This guy here, class winner, just in terms of the way he's built down his top, you get right up on top of him, you can see all those different pieces. Congratulations, young man, for your reserve champion. Perhaps not as much total muscle. You watch this one in motion. Some of those kinds of things you obviously like a bit better. He's bigger in terms of his frame size and his flexibility. You get right on top of him. He's not as opened up and near as much product and power, nor quite as compositionally lean as the barrow we talked about. Again, congratulations to all of you. It'll be interesting to see how they stack rank once we get them onto the rail. Congratulations.
Our champion on the hoof, carcass exhibited by Bryce Wright, and our reserve champion by Emily Hawkins. This brings us to our gilt show. All right, our first Class 6 gilt, exhibited by Mason Fry. And this is our only entry, so this will be our Champion Chester White gilt.
Single entry here for your Chester division, and actually could stand some competition, I believe, and just in terms of the basics of how she's built and some of the things we'll talk about as we work through the rest of your gilt show, but just in terms of the fundamentals of feet and legs, how she's built through the center part of her body, and you study this one in terms of flexibility and total muscle, I think puts some really good pieces together. Do me a favor, give this young man a round of applause for his champion and single entry on the Chester division.
Again, that was Mason Fry. And our Class 7, our Poland China entry by Bentley Fry. Attention in the barn. Bring your Class 9 landrace gilts to the holding area at this time. Class 9 landrace gilts, Mason Fry, Madeline O'Keefe with 2 entries. Then also bring your Class 10 landrace February in Trey Georgian.
Another single entry here, and I think another one that's similar story to what we talked about in your Chester. Lots of muscle and lots of shape, particularly you get on top of this one and study how she's made down her top line. Lots of power and dimension. I'm sure as we get into the show, we'll find some of those types of things as we get into the upper end. Perhaps you'd like to fix her there in her ham loin and give her a bit more coordination on those rear two, but fundamentally and just in terms of natural width and dimension all the way through her, a nice one to represent this division. Let's give this young man a well-deserved round of applause, if you would, please.
Next, we have 2 entries in our Class 8 spot gilt, both Januaries. An entry by Luke Lautenbach and an entry by Sadie Hannon. The Poland China exhibited by Bentley Fry is a champion, Poland China gilt. Attention in the barn. You can bring your Hampshire gilts to the holding area at this time. Class 12 Hampshire gilts to the holding area. Bentley Fry, Bryce Wright, Mackenzie Ross, Hayden Chickadance, Eli Harper, Sam Maxwell.
Here for your spotted gilt division, the young lady right here closest to me has your class winner and your champion for this division. And you study this one, I think she does so relatively handily, just in terms of just sheer mass and power all the way through her. And for that total dimension and how she's built from the side, I think in terms of skeleton handles it extremely well also. Young man's gilt is really pliable in terms of her design. I like her flexibility, her length and her maturity pattern in terms of how she's extended up ahead of her blade. Just runs out of power in comparison to that class winner if you study from the ground up all the way and how she's made as she goes. Really good set of these two. Let's give them both a round of applause if you would, please.
Champion spot. Oh, that's not hang on a second. There was only, yeah. Champion spot exhibited by Sadie Hannon, the reserve champion Luke Lautenbach. We have two classes of land race, the Januaries and then the Februaries. Our Class 9 land race gilts, exhibitors Mason Fry, and two entries by Madeline O'Keefe. Our third hog will enter here shortly.
Interesting trio here for your January landrace gilts, and actually as you sort them, I think it's lots of things to talk about, and one I think that separates herself and wins this class relatively handily. And just in terms of the total basics, the young lady right here has your class winner. I think in terms of just getting off the side of this gilt, study how she's put together and her balance and design, how she handles her feet and legs on the move, her primary advantages over the other two gilts in class, just in terms of flexibility, but still naturally made very well underneath, good in terms of her rib design. But as we talked about, it's her balance, her eye appeal, and her ability to put the pieces together. Right here in the center of the ring is the second place gilt in this drive, perhaps just a shot more muscle, especially when you get right behind her, maybe a little heavier in terms of her bone and her structure, but you watch her in motion, isn't quite as coordinated in how she's put together. You study her off to the side and get away from her. She's not balanced up quite as well. Third place gilt, ton of shape and dimension of muscle, especially in the upper third of her skeleton. I like how she carries that to the base as well. This one here gets a little more, just doesn't want to handle those rear legs quite as well as she needs to. You get her out in motion, drop her spine and get her a bit more flexible, and I think she can run with these top two. My congratulations to all three exhibitors. Really nice one there on the upper end to start with.
First place exhibited by Madeline O'Keefe. Second place, Madeline O'Keefe as well. And third place, Mason Fry. That takes us to Class 10, our February, our one entry exhibited by Trey Georgian. Attention back in the barn. We need your hamp gilts immediately to the holding area. Your hamp gilts immediately to the holding area. Bentley Fry, Bryce Wright, Mackenzie Ross, Hayden Chickadance, Eli Harper, Sam Maxwell. Bring those gilts to the holding area at this time.
Single entry February gilt here. And if you watch this one come at you, and just in terms of how she's made at the base of her skeleton, really, really good from that regard. In terms of just shape and total dimension of muscle, she's not quite as flexible on those rear two as we'd like to see them, especially as we talk about her in relation to some of the others we've seen. But tons of muscle and really good in terms of her natural base width. Let's give this young man a round of applause. Job well done.
That brings the first place gilt into the show arena, exhibited by Madeline O'Keefe. Bryce Wright, we need your Hampshire gilt to the holding area immediately. Bryce Wright.
Good set of landrace gilts here on the upper end, and actually plenty of power and dimension as you work through any of the three of these gilts as you work. Congratulate both of your January gilts will be your champion in reserve. Congratulations.
The champion landrace gilt exhibitor Madeline O'Keefe, the reserve champion Madeline O'Keefe as well. That takes us to our Hamp class. Our Hampshire gilts, we have 6 entries in our Hampshire gilt class. Exhibitors Bentley Fry, Bryce Wright, Mackenzie Ross, Hayden Chickadance, Eli Harper, and Sam Maxwell. Attention in the barn. Bring your Class 13 Berkshire gilts to the holding area at this time. Class 13 Berkshire gilts to the holding area. Exhibitors Alexander Bryan, Caitlin Graff, Tyler Banks, Kayla Lockett, Arlie Hannon, and Michaela Klemp. Bring your Burke gilts to the holding area at this time. Attention in the barn, Alexander Bryan. We need your Berkshire gilt to the holding area immediately. Alexander Bryan to the holding area with your Berkshire gilt. Attention in the barn, class 14 Berkshire gilts, the Februaries. Bring those animals to the holding area at this time. 2 entries in that, Trey Georgian and Blake Rosenkrantz. Bring your Berks to the holding area at this time.
Interesting set here in your Hampshire class, and all the way through the 6 of them. I think there's lots of different pieces we can talk about. But with that said, I do think we have a solid place to start with this young man's gilt here in front of me, just in terms of the basics and how she's put together fundamentally, and her skeleton is her primary advantage as you relate her to some of the other gilts in class. She's not the most powerful. She's not the most attractive when you get off the side of her, but that one's the most complete and fundamental in the way she's put together. Here in second is a gilt that probably has a bit more power and total dimension to her. You study her all the way through her skeleton, especially in the upper third. There's some advantages to her from a muscularity and power standpoint. She's not as flexible on those rear 2 in relation to that class winner. In fact, if you want to switch 2 and 3 based on flexibility, especially on those rear 2, you can do it. The young lady's gilt that's coming out next, it handles those rear 2 a bit better, and you get off the side of her, you can talk about some things in terms of attractiveness and look off the side. This one gets a little harder in terms of her makeup for me, a little frailer in her design. I just like to soften her up, give her a bit more body to run with the upper end. Here is a gilt that comes out next in 4 that does have a bit more center body dimension, just looks a bit more robust all the way through her skeleton, but I'd like to free her up on those rear 2 to make her more competitive here on the upper end. And here as we talk about 5 and 6, the same kind of story. Lots of pieces here in 5, just needs to go better, in my opinion, on those rear 2. Similar with 6 and the gilt rounding off our class, good design and attractive look from the side. Like to give her a bit more bone and foot size, make her handle those rear 2 just a shot better. Really nice Hampshire class there on the upper end, awfully good. Let's give them a round of applause one more time, please.
Our champion Hampshire gilt exhibited by Sam Maxwell. Our reserve champion exhibited by Hayden Chickadance. Attention in the barn, I need Trey Georgian's February Berkshire to the holding area immediately. Trey Georgian. We have 2 Berkshire gilt classes. This first one has 6 entries. Our exhibitors, Alexander Bryan, Caitlin Graff, Tyler Banks, Kayla Lockett, Arlie Hannon, and Michaela Klemp. Attention in the barn. Class 16 Yorkshire Gilts. You can bring your animals to the holding area at this time. Class 16 Yorkshire Gilts. Isabella Bryan, Braden Bryan, Bryce Wright, and Anissa Heinold. Bring those animals to the holding area at this time.
Upper end of these here in this class are pretty good, and actually we talk about them all the way through, just like what we mentioned in your Hampshire Gilt drive. On the upper end, we're putting together some awfully good pieces and some packages here, like the young man's gilt that wins this particular drive puts a lot of good things together. One nitpicky thing right there in her ham-loin juncture, she wants to wrinkle up there just a bit, but outside of that, there's lots of good things you can talk about. Naturally wide, really good centered, has some balance and eye appeal to her, handles it feet and legs really well along with it. In fact, I think that's what gives her the edge over the gilt here in second, is just how extra comfortable she is off of those rear two. You get right up and total them up, there's a bit more mass and power to go along with it, but a nice pair there on the upper end. Here in third is one that's a bit different in terms of her type and kind. I think she's a little more rugged from her head and how she's made all the way through her bone, her forearm and feet. She's just a little bit more rugged in terms of her design. Comes in a growthier kind of a package, really good centered to go along with it. This one, you get right up on top of her. She wants to close up a bit more as she gets closer to the ground. I don't read her quite as naturally wide underneath is what we find in those top two. The next one coming out in 4 probably resembles those top two a bit more than the one we just talked about, just in terms of muscle and dimension, but gets a little rounder in terms of her makeup and reads a little bit harder in terms of her design off the side. We get in these next two in 5 and 6, goods in terms of their own ride and how they put together some balance and eye appeal. Just need to handle those feet and legs a bit better to run there on the upper
Class 6th place, Alexander Bryan. 5th, Caitlin Graff. 4th, Kayla Lockett. 3rd, Arlie Hannon. 2nd, Michaela Klemp. And second class coming into the into the arena now. 2 exhibitors. These are February's Trey Georgian and Blake Rosenkrantz. Tension in the barn. Class 17. Yorkshire Gilts. Please bring your animals to the holding area at this time. Class 17. We still need Bryce Wright. Bryce Wright, we still need your York Gilt for Class 16.
My compliments to these 2 exhibitors here in the ring for our second class of Berks, and 2 gilts I think that put together a lot of good pieces. You can talk about different things about each one of them, but I think when you just total them up, I think we've actually got one that wins it relatively handily in the young man's gilt here closest to me, much like what we've talked about. And some of the other hogs just naturally built the right way from the ground up, handles it extremely well, just a ton of power and product in this gilt that puts it together flexibly at the same time. Nitpicking on her a little bit right in her ham-loin juncture and how she's made out of her hip. Maybe in terms of balance you might tweak her a little bit. The totals are there. I think a really nice one to represent this class. Young man's gilt here closest to me in second. How she's made in her top line is her advantage over the gilt we just talked about, but just in terms of natural sheer power and total dimension at a disadvantage to that class winner. Again, my compliments. Let's give both of these young men a round of applause.
Our placings for that class: second place, Trey Georgian, and first place, Blake Rosenkrantz. That takes us to our Champion Berkshire Drive. We have the first place from the first class exhibited by Tyler Banks, and the first place from the second class, the February's, by Blake Rosenkrantz.
Two really good class winners here to represent your Berkshire division and the Champion Drive. I think both of these gilts are awfully good, and there's some things you can talk about each one of them depending on where your preferences lie, but the long story short, I think we have a pair of them here to work with that are awfully good, and when we bring out your second place to your champion, I think fits amongst the mix extremely well. Young man on the far side has your champion. I think this one here just balances a bit better when you get off the side of her and represents, in my opinion, you get him out here the most totals. Congratulations, young man.
That brings in our second place pig in that class, exhibited by Michaela Klemp.
As we anticipated, our second place to our champion comes in here and fits in here extremely well. And just in terms of the total quality, I think speaks to your Berkshire show. I do think when you get right down to it, the one that adds the next amount of totals and represents your champion the best out of this particular division is your other class winner for the young man's driving will be your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Berkshire gilt exhibited by Blake Rosenkrantz. Brings us to our Yorkshire gilts. Our first class we have two classes of Yorkshire gilts. Our first class, the Januaries, second, the Februaries. We have exhibitors in this first class, 16. Isabella Bryan, Braden Bryan, Bryce Wright, and Anissa Heinold. Attention in the barn. At this time, you can bring your Class 19 Duroc gilts to the holding area at this time. Class 19 Duroc gilts to the holding area. The Duroc exhibitors are Emily Hawkins, Reagan Weitzel, Carter Biggs, Geneva Maxwell, and Garrett Zimmer.
Nice way to start off our Yorkshire show. And a pair of gilts here on the upper end, I think, that are fairly similar in a lot of regards in terms of how they're put together, in terms of their natural build when you get off the side of them. And what separates them for me is you get them out here and get them out into motion, and the young lady's gilt has an advantage in that regard. She'll be your class winner just in how she handles the rear two, especially on the move. And on top of that, you get, studying her up close, I think just natural base width and width of skeleton all the way through her is another advantage along with it. Young man's gilt here in second, perhaps just a bit better right up ahead of her blade in terms of her attractiveness and the front end of her skeleton, but you study her in comparison to that class winner. She gives up, first of all, in flexibility and just not quite as much total dimension of muscle. Here as we get into third, a similar story, and I think just in terms of her balance and her design, her pliability to her skeleton, you have to appreciate those pieces about her. She's a bit more two-dimensional than those top two in this particular drive, but if you want to move her up a spot because of her flexibility on her rear legs, especially when she gets out here in motion, you can do that and justify that fairly easily as well. Rounding off our four gilts in this particular drive, perhaps as muscular as any in this particular drive, just gets a little drier right through the center part of her body, and a little rounder out of her hip design to go along with it. Nice set all the way through, very good in terms of the top two. Let's give them a round of applause one more time, please.
Our placings for that first class of Yorkshire gilts. Fourth place, Bryce Wright. Third place, Anissa Heinold. Second place, Braden Bryan. And first place, Isabella Bryan. Takes it our second class of Yorks, our Februaries. Our exhibitors here are John Hawkins, Zach Shuck, and Addison Metzger. Attention in the barn, Class 20 Duroc gilts. Class 20 Duroc gilts. Bring those animals to the holding area at this time. Exhibitors Audrey Rakowski, Lane Banks, Kayla Lockett, and Bo Brandt. Please bring your Class 20 Duroc gilts to the holding area at this time.
Here in our second class of Yorks, and actually there's a lot of quality amongst these three, and relate them to some of the other classes that we've seen. These gilts, all three of them could stand a bit more competition all the way through. There's quite a bit of depth here. Subtle differences amongst the three, and it depends on where you put your priorities in a place or two, but I think all of them, as we mentioned, represent quite a bit of quality. I'm going to start with the young man's gilt right here coming at us, purely as you study this one just in terms of her extra dimension and total mass. Study this one coming out of her blade right through the center part of her body is her primary advantage, her extra ruggedness and total dimension. To nitpick this one and make her an easy winner all the way through, you'd like to loosen her up on those rear two, at least from my perspective, as you work through them. Young lady's gilt is going to be second in this drive. I think represents the similar terms of total power and dimension, perhaps even a bit more look as you get off the side of her. She is a little flatter right through the center part of her body, and if you want to nitpick her along with that and give her just a shot more natural base width underneath, you can do that as well. Young man's gilt that rounds off our top three, probably in terms of just sheer balance from the side, fits with these gilts extremely well, and in some cases has some advantages. She's a little frailer in terms of her makeup, and you watch this one all the way through, her skeleton doesn't represent near as much power as what we find in those top two. Really good trio. Like I mentioned before, I think they could stand a bit more competition, but let's give them a round of applause as they head back, please.
Our placings in that Yorkshire class: third place, John Hawkins; second place, Addison Metzger; and first place, Zach Shuck. That takes us to our champion Yorkshire drive. Our first class winner, Isabella Bryan, and our second class winner, Zach Shuck.
interesting and high quality Yorkshire Gilt show in both of the classes that we had out here, and you see that as we get you represented of each one of those class winners out here into the center of the ring. Lots of pieces you can talk about, and frankly, if you get into them, depending on where you put your preferences, you could stand to talk about a different champion or reserve, and depending on where, like I mentioned, where you put your priorities. My preference is the young man's gilt here closest to me from our second class. She'll be your champion just in terms of natural power and total base width. Congratulations.
Champion Yorkshire exhibited by Zach Shuck, which brings in the second place in that class exhibited by Addison Metzger.
Still a relatively close decision here for your reserve champion. And again, as we talked about the upper end of each one of these classes, I think we're at a level of quality that you can switch some things around depending on where you prioritize certain items. But to stick with our champion and what she represents, I think your second best one in this drive has the same kind of total dimension advantages in relation to your champion. It's the young lady's gilt here closest to me will be reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion Yorkshire exhibited by Isabella Bryan. That takes us to our Duroc Gilt show. We have two Duroc classes. First class, the January's exhibitors are Emily Hawkins, Reagan Weitzel, Carter Biggs, Geneva Maxwell, and Garrett Zimmer. Attention in the barn, Class 22 crossbred gilts. Class 22 crossbred gilts. Those animals can be brought to the holding area at this time. Exhibitors Mary Banks, James Held, Isabella Tukalski, Garrett Zimmer, Devon Klemp, and Hunter Redland. Please bring your gilts, Class 22, to the holding area. I want to acknowledge our sponsors for our Grand Champion Gilt sponsor, Grand Champion Gilt Pig Sign, sponsored by HB Showstock. Our Grand Champion Gilt Cooler, sponsored by Dathan and Hillary Banks family. Grand Champion Gilt Banner, sponsored by Joe, Christine, and Dakota Blackbird. Our Grand Champion Lantern, sponsored by the Greg Yergler family. Our Reserve Champion Gilt sponsors are Reserve Champion Gilt Pig Sign, sponsored by Jake's Feed and Grain. Our Reserve Champion Gilt Banner, sponsored by Austin and Blake Owens. Our third through fifth Gilt Banners, sponsored by OC Show Pigs.
This is an interesting one to sort through, and all the way through this drive, I think there's lots of pieces to talk about, and we talk about these top 2 and even 3, 4 in this drive. There's some really good things that each one of these bring to the table. Young lady's gilt on the far side is where we're going to start, and this gilt is a powerhouse. All the way through her skeleton, you watch her come at you, how she's opened up right through the center part of her body. She's square in terms of her build, and for the mass and total dimension she has, handles it on her feet and legs extremely good. She turns them in a bit up front as she comes right at you. That's where I'd nitpick her, perhaps make her a little more extended in her bone work, but that one puts a lot of good pieces together. Young man's gilt here is, in terms of basics and design from the side, is built as good as any. She's flexible. She's good right through the center part of her body, and you compare her to that class winner. If you get right up on top of them, she just doesn't have as much total dimension and power, but still represents the same type and kind when you get off the side of her in terms of the natural base width and basics that she brings to the table. Interesting gilt coming out in third, and I think probably the most unique amongst the top 3, particularly how she's made in her bone, her foot size, her extra elevation and length to her bone work. And if you want to take her a spot or 2 higher, base those pieces, you can justify those pieces. For me, she gets a bit more closed up in how she's built. She's a little steeper in her hip, and I'd like to loosen her up in her spine, give her a bit more balance when you get her out in motion. Here, the gilt coming out in 4 is obviously a bit more heavy muscled, and when she comes at the base of her skeleton all the way through her, has more total power than the one we just talked about. She's not as flexible on those rear 2, but from her flank forward, that one brings together some really good pieces. Rounding off our top 5, lots of muscle, good, attractive design in this one. You compare it to some of the others, just gives up some growth and total mass in relation, and particularly as we compare to those top 2. Nice way to start off our Duroc show. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause if you would.
Our class 19 placings. 5th place, Reagan Weitzel. 4th place, Garrett Zimmer. 3rd place, Emily Hawkins. 2nd place, Carter Biggs. And 1st place to Geneva Maxwell. That brings us to our 2nd class, Class 20 Duroc Gilts. We have 4 entries: Audra Rakowski, Lane Banks, Kayla Lockett, Bo Brandt. Yeah, hang on a second. I want to get the next class called in here. Sorry. Sure? All right, good deal. Attention in the barn, Class 23, crossbred gilt. To the holding area at this time, Class 23, crossbred gilts. Exhibitors Braden Bryan, Isabel Bryan, Bryce Metzger, Eric Yeager, and Bo Brandt. To the holding area at this time.
Again, a solid set here in the upper end of this Duroc gilt class, and especially as you look at the upper end of them, I think we have one that wins this one pretty handily. This gilt here that young man's driving here closest to me, just in terms of basics and how she's built from the side, this one is the most complete from my perspective. Tall fronted, really good in terms of her top line, how she holds herself together when you get her out in motion. In comparison to Ideal, maybe you'd like to open her up a bit more at the base of her skeleton, but that one has the fundamentals that I think we can tie to in class fairly easily. Gilt here in second has more power, particularly when you get behind her and you stutter at the base of her skeleton. You can see here as she goes out here, she needs to be a bit more flexible to run with that class winner and represent the same kind of totals that we found in that one. Here as we get into 4 is a gilt that's basics-wise built pretty good, I think in terms of just sheer muscle, the look and balance you get off the side of her. She gets a little more tentative on those rear 2 when you get her in motion, but bigger than that for me. Just wants to close up and be a bit more harder in terms of her design right through the center part of her body. Rounding off our top four, just as much total dimension, perhaps an advantage over the one we just talked about. Like to loosen her up on either end of her skeleton to run, but particularly with that class winner, and move her up a spot or two. Really good set again for your second class of Durocs. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back, please.
Our placings for that February class of Durocs: fourth place, Audrey Rutkowski; third place, Kayla Lockett; second place, Bo Brandt; and first place, Lane Banks. So that brings us to our champion Duroc drive. Our first class winner, Geneva Maxwell.
Good Duroc set once again through both of our classes. It just happens to be how it works out when you total them up. Both gilts out here in your champion drive are in different ends of the spectrum in terms of their type and kind, and total them up for total quality. That's the way it ends up. The one for me that represents the most totals and quality is the young ladies gilt on the far side. She'll be your champion. Congratulations.
Our champion Duroc gilt exhibited by Geneva Maxwell, which brings in our second place gilt that was exhibited by Carter Biggs.
Still competitive out here for reserve champion. As you get in here and start to sort through how they're put together, particularly as we talk about that champion that we just referred to, I think our closest decision that we worked through in your Duroc show was within class. Young man right here has your reserve champion. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion exhibited by Carter Biggs. Attention to the barn. I need Bo Brandt, your class 23 crossbred gilt, to the holding area at this time. That moves us into our crossbred show. We have 4 crossbred gilt classes. This first class ranges from age of 230 to 239. We have 6 entries. Exhibitors are Mary Banks, James Held, Isabella Tukowski, Garrett Zimmer, Devon Klemp, and Hunter Redlin.
lots of pieces to work with here as we start off your crossbred gilt drive, and we sort them here towards the upper end, and particularly these top two. I think we can get to a point where there's lots of good pieces to talk about each one of them. There's not a perfect one all the way through here. I don't know that there is one out there, but both of these gilts out here, just in terms of balance and eye appeal, their attractiveness from the side is what sorts them and gets them here, in my opinion. I think both of them, actually, you can nitpick in terms of their flexibility. In fact, when we work through your 6 in this drive, there's places in each one of them you might change in a place or two. In terms of total dimension, power is where the total comes from. Your belted gilt's going to start this particular drive, mainly just because of how she's made, right through the center part of her body, just in sheer total dimension of her all the way through her skeleton is her primary advantage. This one has a good look to her, and you get off the side of her, especially up ahead of her blade or extra extension there. I wish she'd take a little more aggressive step off of those rear two, and we'd call her the easy winner in this case. You could probably say the same thing about this young man's blue gilt that's in second, but again, very attractive, probably as good as any in this particular drive, just in terms of her build and attractiveness and balance from the side. She's hesitant on those rear two, just like that class winner, and one, like we mentioned, just doesn't have as much totals as you study her at the base all the way up to the top third of her skeleton. Here coming out in 3 is one that maybe has a bit more muscle than the one we just talked about, but isn't built as good when you get off the side of her, especially right through the center part of her body in relation to that second or first place gilts in this particular class. Here we get into 3rd, naturally basic type of a gilt, probably as good in terms of her center body as any of them we've talked about. She's a little plainer in her look from the side, and like we've talked about in some of the others, just doesn't want to step out and reach off of those rear two. But if we could change that about her, we might move her up at least a spot or two in this particular drive. Here in the next gilt coming out, tons of muscle and power, just a little frailer, rounder in her hip design, and from a flexibility standpoint, we can improve her and move her up a spot or two. Bit more looseness of skeleton coming out next, just not as open in her skeleton or her total dimension as what we find there in that upper end. Good way to start our crossbred gilts. Let's give them a round of applause as they head back, please.
Our placings for that first crossbred class: 6th place, Hunter Redland; 5th place, Mary Banks; 4th place, James Held; 3rd place, Isabella Tukowski; 2nd place, Devon Klemp; and 1st place, Garrett Zimmer. We now have our second crossbred class coming into the show arena at this time. These range in age from, or weight from 242 to 257. We have 5 entries. Our exhibitors are Braden Bryan, Isabella Bryan, Bryce Metzger, Eric Yeager, and Bo Brandt. Attention in the barn, class 25. Crossbred gilts can be brought to the holding area at this time. Class 25, crossbred gilts. Exhibitors Mackenzie Spratley, Hunter Yeager, Blake Rosenkrantz, and Tyler Good. Please bring those animals, those gilts, to the holding area at this time.
This is a tight pair here on the upper end. I think these two gilts, these two blue gilts here, actually surface in this particular drive relatively handily, and then from there there's some give and take. And depending on where you put your priorities, you could switch these two gilts up if you prefer, just because of the stark differences in type and kind and where they bring their advantages to the table. Young lady's gilt is my preference in this particular drive, primarily because of the way she's put together in her skeleton and how she's made in her top line and those rear two, just a bit more flexibility and balance in that one as we find in relation to this second place gilt. If you want to take the extra power and center body dimension in this one, you can certainly do that, because you can dominate this particular class in terms of just width and total dimension. You watch her as she goes away, she gets outside of her skeleton, off the side of her, she's tight in her spine. It just doesn't have as much total balance and eye appeal as what we find in that class winner. Here in 3 is a little bit longer bodied gilt, a little bit better in terms of her how she handles her top line when you get her out in motion. This one for me just needs to be opened up right to the center part of her body, like what we've seen in those top two, and we could move her up a place or two along with that. Here we get into the next two gilts. We can let both of those out, but a lot of gilts that have a whole bunch of muscle and total dimension to them. This gilt, as an example, you get in the upper third of her skeleton, lots of power and product in her, just needs to go better on those rear legs, similar to the young man's gilt rounding off our 5 in here. Just needs to handle her feet and legs a bit better, and we can move them up a spot or two. My congratulations all the way through. Very impressed with those top two. Let's give them a round of applause one more time, please.
Our placings on Class 23. 5th place, Eric Yeager. 4th place, Braden Bryan. 3rd place, Bryce Metzger. 2nd place, Bo Brandt. And 1st place, Isabella Bryan. Takes us to Class 24 crossbred gilts. These are gilts that weigh between 262 and 269. Our exhibitors are Holden Sikora, Alexander Bryan, Addison Perez, and Elisa Miller.
Interesting pair of them here on the upper end, and actually outside of a place or two you could probably switch it up, but the totals gilt, particularly as we talk about them and we look at these two gilts out here, the primary advantage in the belted gilt here closest to me that wins the class. She's just so much more secure at the ground, and how she plants her feet and goes away from a flexibility standpoint is her primary advantage. Get in the upper third of her skeleton, you watch her all the way through in terms of power, total dimension. There's some other pieces you can add to the table to go along with this. This gilt here in second is interesting from the side, and outside of one place, you could easily justify starting this one. You watch her as she goes away and how she sets him down behind. She turns him and just not as quite as secure on those rear legs to represent a breeding gilt, in my opinion, but awfully good looking when you get off the side of her. Love the way she's put together in her top line and up ahead of her blade and how she balances from the side. Here in three is a muscular gilt that just gets a bit more tangled up when she gets out in motion. Like to make her a little bit more flexible there, perhaps a bit more balanced to run with those top two. Similar story with the fourth place gilt, big and extended in terms of her framework, just needs a little bit more total dimension of muscle, and we compare to those upper end. My congratulations to all four exhibitors. Really impressed with those top two. Let's give them a round of applause one more time, please.
Our placings for that class is fourth place, Addison Perez. Third place, Alexander Bryan. Second place, Holden Sikora. And first place, Annalisa Miller. Takes us to our last class of crossbred gilts. These are gilts that weigh between 280 and 288. We have 4 entries. Our exhibitors are Mackenzie Spratley, Hunter Yeager, Blake Rosenkrantz, and Tyler Good.
Here as we work through your final class of crossbred gilts, and good upper end in these gilts, and actually one that I think wins this one relatively handily here in the calico gilt here closest to me. I think in terms of the things we've been trying to find and work through throughout the day, this one puts together a lot of good pieces. Balance, eye appeal, flexibility. She's opened underneath. You might expand her right there in her forerib if you were going to nitpick her and make her just that an extra notch in terms of quality, but that one puts some awfully good pieces together. Not to take anything away from the young man's belted gilt here in second. As much power and dimension as what we find in that class winner, I don't see her with as much quality as we get off the side of her, how she handles her top line, hip design, and her hind leg when you get her out in motion. Here, if you want to switch 2 and 3 based on just sheer flexibility and ruggedness, you can do that with this gilt here. I think in terms of her top line, her balance, especially there in those pieces of her skeleton, are some advantages over the gilt we just talked about. She goes away and you study her from the top of her skeleton to the ground is where her disadvantage is in relation to that second place gilt. Rounding off our 4 here, as much muscle as what we've talked about, big and good in terms of her growthiness, just needs some more total dimension to run with those top two. Again, very impressed with the upper end. Let's give them a round of applause one more time.
Placings on that last class. 4th place, Hunter Yeager. 3rd place, Mackenzie Spratley. 2nd place, Blake Rosenkrantz. And 1st place, Tyler Good. That brings us to our champions. Our champions out of the first class, Garrett Zimmer. 2nd class, Isabella Bryan. 3rd class, Annalisa Miller. And our 4th class, Tyler Good.
My compliments to all the crossbred exhibitors. I think when we get our 4 class winners out here, it's a nice set and represents the depth of the show relatively well. I think each one of them put together the pieces we've been looking for within each one of the classes. Typically, as you get into some of these crossbred drives, crossbred gilts in particular, it's this division where the extra wow factor comes from. But in times, you find them where it's harder to find the fundamentals to stay with it, when you can actually bring the extra bonus pieces and eye appeal and look and some of the attractiveness pieces. If we stick to the basics and we make them fundamental and we make them right in terms of their feet and legs, the right center body shape, and their skeleton has to be designed first, and then we add on those bonus pieces, I think you have one that wins this division relatively handily, in my opinion. It's that calico gilt from your final class. She'll be your champion. Congratulations.
Champion exhibited by Tyler Good. That brings in our 2nd place pig out of that class, exhibited by Blake Rosenkrantz.
From my view, as we work through your crossbreds, this is a tougher decision. And there's 4 gilts out here that each one of them have some pieces that you can talk about, and you can justify some different things depending on where you put your priorities. But especially following that champion, one that I think fits the same build in terms of her basic design, her flexibility, combining it with some of the other things we find in that champion. The young lady here in the yellow has your reserve champion. Congratulations.
The reserve champion exhibited by Annalisa Miller. At this time, we are going to take a 15-minute break before we have the Grand Champion Gilt Drive. So we will be resuming at 25 minutes to 9. Give everybody a chance to use the bathroom and so on. But attention in the barn, you need to know that we want you to bring your champion. Your champions will be brought to the west holding area, and the reserves will be brought to the east holding area. So if you are a champion or reserve champion gilt, you're bringing while we're on break, please bring your animals to the holding areas. attention in the barn, please be bringing your champion and reserves, the champions to the west holding area and the reserves to the east holding area. Also, those that showed gilts are allowed to go home after the gilt show tonight, but you need to let Greg or Robin Jurgler to know before they leave. You need to be standing at your pens, and Robin will be going around to check if you're going to take your gilts home. Again, remember, the gilts do not leave the barn until they're checked through Greg or Robin, and Robin will be going around the barn checking your gilts as far as going home. Again, please bring your champion and reserve champion gilts to the holding area at this time. For your information, the barrow show will start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning on the barrow show. All right, as we typically do, we will have a parade of champions. That means the reserves will be brought into the show arena first. Justin will give you a chance to give them a nice round of applause as they come in. Then we'll take them back, and then we'll bring the champions in for our grand champion drive. So our first peg is the champion spot, or excuse me, reserve spot, exhibited by Luke Lautenbach. York. Our second animal, the York Reserve, exhibited by Isabella Bryan. Our Hamp Reserve, exhibited by Hayden Chickadance. Our Duroc Reserve, exhibited by Carter Biggs. Our Landrace Reserve, exhibited by Madeline O'Keefe. Our Crossbred Reserve, exhibited by Annalisa Miller. Our Burke Reserve, exhibited by Blake Rosenkrantz. Is that it? All right, there are all your reserves. Let's give them a really nice round of applause for all their hard work with these animals. We'll clear these reserves out. This brings us to our grand champion drive for gilts in our parade of champions. Our champion land race, exhibited by Madeline O'Keefe. Our champion York, exhibited by Zach Shuck. Our champion Burke, exhibited by Tyler Banks. Our champion Hamp, exhibited by Sam Maxwell. Our champion Spot, exhibited by Sadie Hannon. I want to make sure we got it in there first. Our champion Duroc, exhibited by Geneva Maxwell. Poland. Our champion Poland, exhibited by Bentley Fry. Our champion Crossbred, exhibited by Tyler Good. Our champion Chester, exhibited by Mason Fry. There you have it, our champions for the Grand Champion Drive. Again, for those of you who may have came in late after I introduced our judge tonight is Clint Schwab. Clint is from Mascoutah, Illinois. He has a wife and 3 kids. He works with mash-offs that run about 200,000 sows across 9 states. He was previously CEO with the National Swine Registry. He's worked shows for the last 15 years. He's worked shows at Houston and San Antonio and the Pork Expo, and he's also did the Indiana State Fair 4 times. Let's put your hands together for Clint Schwab. Again, just a reminder back in the barn that any gilt that is going home tonight has to be checked out first before it leaves with Greg or Robin Yergler. And Robin will be going around from pen to pen, so if you have one, you need to be at your pen at that time. All other gilts will be declared tomorrow after the show. Again, we want to recognize our sponsors for our Grand Champion Gilt. The Grand Champion Gilt Pig Sign, sponsored by HB Showstock. Our Grand Champion Gilt Cooler, sponsored by Dathan and Hillary Banks family. Our Grand Champion Gilt Banner, sponsored by Joe, Christine, and Dakota Blackford. And our Grand Champion Lantern, sponsored by Greg Yergler family. Our Reserve Grand Champion Gilt sponsors, our Reserve Champion Gilt Pig Sign, sponsored by Jake's Feed and Grain. Our Reserve Champion Gilt Banner, sponsored by Austin and Blake Owens. Our 3rd through 5th Gilt Banners, sponsored by OC Show Pigs.
This has been fun to work through, and actually as we started the evening, and we went through quite a bit of stuff all the way through the evening, starting off with our showmanship all the way through our gilt show and carcass barrows there in the middle, and I think we've been able to work through representatives of each one of those divisions extremely well. And I'll start off with the showmanship division. I was speaking to a few people in the intermission here about where you guys are at in terms of showmanship ability, and I have to tell you, I was really, really impressed. And generally, when I go to some of these shows, that the quality of the showman and your intermediates, juniors, and senior showmanship is generally the best indication of what you're going to see throughout the rest of the show. The kids that can really get it done, and if you get to the upper end of those kids can really drive one really well. And if you remember back to that senior showmanship competition, those top 6 that we brought back all were salty. I was really impressed all the way through each one of those divisions, and that predictor has shown us just exactly what we get into in our gilt show. Each one of our divisions out here extremely well represented. We talked about each one of them in each one of their divisions. When you get to this level of quality, and particularly here on the upper end in a competitive county fair, I'll be honest with you, this show these gilts that are out here in the ring could have handled more competition as they went through the day. The gilt show wasn't incredibly big, but awfully good in terms of quality. And my challenge to you folks is to try to promote this gilt show and try to get it as big as you can. When you can get a show like this and get this level of quality, you folks as a group need to be proud of it. My compliments to the exhibitors, my compliments to the breeders and the people that got these ready, but obviously the kids are the ones that have done the homework to get them ready. The hogs are well presented. They've been shown well. They've been fun to work through, and even more importantly than that, when we get to this, the pigs are really, really good quality. We're going to work through your top 5. I'll talk about your champion reserves later as we work through your top 5, but before we do that, if you would do me a favor, give all of these guys here and your reserve champions a very well-deserved round of applause. I think fantastic set of hogs all the way through. So you've set the standard. I anticipate this as we get into the barrows tomorrow, but each one of these are awfully good. And for if you remember from each one of those divisions, probably there's favorites out here that lots of people would pick 5 or 6 of these gilts out here and say that that's the one I would latch on to. I've got my favorite. This gilt is one that just puts together all the pieces that I had hoped to find when you get here and you work through them. She's ultra flexible. She's built right when you get off the side of her. So those fundamentals are there, and then you can add the extra bonus features to it in terms of balance, eye appeal, design, and she's got a ton of muscle built right underneath. This crossbred gilt is your champion. Congratulations, buddy.
Our grand champion gilt exhibited by Tyler Good. What is the next one coming in? Okay. That brings our reserve champion crossbred exhibited by Annalisa Miller into the show arena. Again, we will be picking the 3rd, 4th, and 5th gilts as well.
Still close and still competitive. You get the reserve champion cross in here, and she obviously fits the bill. Guys, there's 3, 4, 5 more of these that you can go through and you can justify depending on where you put your priorities. And your reserve champion is one came from an early division, and one that sticks in my mind from the time she walked into the ring, just in terms of the same things we talked about in your champion crossbred and champion overall. How she's built, her bone, her foot size, particularly her center body shape and square design. The second best one, in my opinion, your Hampshire. She'll be a reserve champion. Congratulations.
Reserve champion gilt exhibited by Sam Maxwell. That brings in our reserve champion Hamp, exhibited by Hayden Chickadance. Our 3rd place overall gilt exhibited by Geneva Maxwell, the Duroc. That brings in our reserve, Carter Biggs. Our fourth overall gilt, the Berkshire, exhibited by Tyler Banks. That brings in the reserve, exhibited by Blake Rosenkrantz. Our fifth and final place, exhibitor Hayden Chickadance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our show tonight. We invite you back at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to start of the Barrow Show. Again, reminder for Back in the Barn, if you are taking your gilts home tonight, they cannot leave without seeing Greg or Robin first. And Robin Girdler will be going around from pen to pen, so be by your pen. Also, the rest of the gilts will be declared tomorrow when you declare, when everything else is declared. Thank you. We will see you tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock.